Is that better? There we go. Don't know. I should probably put the microphone instead of being on the scenes. It should instead of being as a scene, it should be an embedded source. I think. And then I don't have to change scene to fix it. Should also probably check that it's working before I launch the fucking stream. That might also help. Anyway, happy Sunday. How you doing? We are back and we are in the lovely Aurora once again. It's a lovely sunny day, but it's still quite cold. I've had to put a second shirt on before I start because I'm cold. It's freezing, man. Right, where the heck were we? Oh right, yeah, that we just got swarmed yesterday by a bunch of raiders, didn't we? There's one left. I think there's two left, but the other one's come off the radar. We've got a ton of scrap to go and salvage, so let's kick that off as every good stream should. We lost a couple of salvage ships as well. We need to build a couple more. How big is each salvage? That one needs repair, so let's detach that one. And you just go and do your salvage thing. Shipyards, recover. Can you please repair the resilience for me? The Columbia docks is up to size. We've got one being built. It's 84.1% of the way built. So we will start our diplomatic mission, which is the title of today's stream, as soon as that's done. Let's pass some time forward and see if we can get that built as soon as possible. The Marie Curie unable to carry out standing orders. Does that mean you're done? Oh, you're done in this area. Nice. Where's next? Do we find anything good in this area first? Some pretty well stocked comets, but nothing much on there. That's fine. It's better than nothing. Stick with number one. Four inactive research facilities on Earth. Because why? Because maybe we just researched that by salvaging. We did. Amazing. Alright. Let's give... Oh, that's weird. So he's left her task in the research queue, but she's down here because she doesn't currently have an assigned research focus. Let's remove that from the queue, and then let's assign that to her. Thermal reduction, and then once you've done thermal reduction, which is going to take you 21 years. Well, just ask me in 21 years when you need new information. Should probably put more focus on this one. We do have a 9 labs person at 45%, so let's do that. Let's move you, cancel that. Give me you, and give me this, please. And we will take off Gauss cannons. We've not done much research on Gauss cannons, but that also means that those research don't cost a huge amount. So taking a few labs off you isn't going to cause tremendous pain. Same with this one. Yeah, we'll get them both done in 2010. And then research rate, let's add a couple of labs to you. That's still going to take the longest time, but it's dropped to 2233. That's much nicer. Probably even drop that down to 2011. What else have we got here? Crew quarters design. Railgun launch velocity and recharge rate. We want those pretty rapid. Same with thermal reduction. I can cope with not getting that super quick. In fact, let's cancel that because 2 labs on that. We'll get someone with more labs on that. But we'll do that later on. Damage control. We do want that, but if that comes in 2012, that's okay. Let's bring this down a few years. That's a bit better of a spread of things. And then we can probably put more labs. One more in there, one more in there. Can get that into 2010 as well. Yep. And 2012. Okay, so December 2020. 2209 February, March, that's good. And 2 more the year after. Right, that's good. Research completed. That's brilliant, thank you very much. Ship repaired. Let's send you to rejoin salvage fleet, please. And let's build a couple more salvages. Let's build like a new salvage fleet. Resilience salvage yards. Build 5 at a time. Put them in the mineral collection agency. Or is it logistics and transportation? Logistics and transportation. We need a new member because our previous one died. And we also need a new ground survey team, don't we? Let's do that. Let's build a few new ground survey teams as well, actually. So, mineral survey division. Build these on Earth for me. Probably do want another fleet of freighters as well. And we lost all our colony ships in the combat. The fleas we don't worry about. Don't need any more tugs specifically. Let's build a couple more explorers. They can go into surveying and exploration. We need 2 more Sphinx ships. Okay. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Discovered the new system of V1581 Cygni? Cagni and Lacey. B99. That is quite a that's actually not that big of a distance. It just looks big because the survey locations are quite condensed. That's okay. What have we got here? We've got 5 planets we've got 2 suns. The first one has 5 planets, 16 moons, 54 asteroids, 6 habitable bodies. And the second star, Cagni B, has 4 planets, 2 moons, 490 asteroids. 490 asteroids. 95 habitable bodies. 1 near habitable. I think you all know we're renaming these to Cagni and Lacey, aren't we? Rename. If I rename this body. No, I want to rename the star. Rename system. I'm going to have to find out how we actually spell this now. Can I rename the individual stars here? Because I want one to be called Cagni and one to be called Lacey. Would be ideal. Rename body all. No. Rename sys all. So what's the difference between rename sys all and rename system? And rename body all. Okay, we'll call this rename system Jeffords. Jeffords A will be Cagni, Jeffords B will be Lacey. Alright, where we go? Okay. Rift Valley Venusian. Nice gas giant there. It's gonna that's nice. Not tidally locked. 9 billion people. Reasonable colony cost. We can terraform that. Depends what the range on the temperatures is as well. Let's have a look at all the asteroids. Holy shit. Couple of chunky asteroids here. 53. 53 million people. What was that? I thought I saw 128 then. 72 million. Nice. How many asteroids does Sol have? Sol has 480 asteroids as well. 120 moons. So Sol feels bigger. But no, that's a great system. That's almost certainly going to be a colonized mine. Well, it's just a planet. Just out in the middle of it. It's not even a planet, it's a dwarf planet? Yeah. Beautiful. Right. Keep going. Resilience has completed orders and rejoined Salvage Fleet 1. Well done. How is the storage doing on Salvage Fleet 1? Okay, you're doing okay. Hendrik Lorenz is unable to carry out his standing orders because he's finished. No, he hasn't. He's got a shitload of stuff to do. What's wrong with you? Oh, refuel at colony is the original suitable destination. Okay. That hasn't stopped you before. Unless your jump drive's damaged for some reason. No? Auto route by system. Oh, you can't auto route back to Sol, can you? Because there are hostiles that we found along the way. I think. Where are you? Oh, there are hostiles in Sol, that's why. Okay, so can you path back to one of these? Tea Garden Star maybe? And then just manually go to Sol? And then refuel Earth. And in fact, you might as well overhaul while you go in there. There's no point going all that way and then having to come back later on. Yeah, this is going to be taking a while because there's a lot of fighters that need to be salvaged. Ground survey team there. I'm just going to cancel his standing orders because he's going to whinge about it the whole way home. I'm going to turn this car around. So how's everyone doing this fine Sunday? Or whenever day in the future you end up watching this. Yeah, that's changed again. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a nice, peaceful day. Cloak sensor reduction 90%. Another 600 points to cloaks. They must have some pretty good cloaking technology. Because we've been able to use their cloaks to really overtake our own. Looks like this guy finally decided to attack. Oh no, he didn't. He just got caught in the in the range. He got caught with his pants down. And then he ran away like a little bitch. Oh, you thought Earth would be a better target, did you? Apparently it was. Because they didn't even shoot you. Salvage fleet. Yeah, you could probably do with emptying out your cargo for me, please. Unload minerals, unload all ship components. They destroyed the last 2 Libras. Oh no, there's more Libras there. How many Libras have we got left? We've got a couple. Thankfully they're empty, so we're not losing colonists right now. They were on their way back to Earth to load some people up. That's fine. We're building a new fleet of them anyway, so... What have we got on Earth right now? We do have a Sphinx. If I launch these, do we have any? We do have some Europa Majors. If I launch these, and we tell these guys, raise your shields, and then go and join Sphinx Strike Group. And then just go and absolutely deck the shit out of them. Okay, they're in range. Strike group. Ship combat. Set target as Rigel. You've got railgun. Oh yeah, we need to do probably point defense as well. Point blank, defensive fire. Target Rigel. Fire at will, fire control. Assign all. And then pop. We found a new Rigel class ship somewhere. Out on the edge of the solar system. Okay. We lost 2 Europas in that combat. We hit 15 times, penetrated 15 times. Doesn't say what we hit, but we knocked out his engine here. So we should be able to finish him off in the next round of attacks. Target destroyed. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, I think we're getting better with the fires. Okay, so you guys now don't have any context. We could head out there and grab them, but they're too far out. They'd be out of range. Would they be out of range? Yeah, they would be out of range because their fuel, they can only go 250 million. So don't do that. Go to Earth, refuel, resupply. I think that one will get repaired on the way. No, it will not. It will need to be detached and salvaged. So we'll detach you. Movement orders, you're fine. You don't need movement orders, but you do need to be rescued. The not XL Balmung can go and pick you up. Europa 3. Tractor, specified ship, and bring it back to Earth. And then refuel. Oh yeah, we should probably also turn off their combat. You ceasefire all, sign all. I should get rid of all that. Did it work for you as well? Okay, so we've successfully repaired Europa 3. Except you didn't. You lied. It repaired itself, I think that's what that's telling me. Repair yard. Repair. Thank you. Ooh. Hello. Oh, you got caught with your pants down. You're still not repaired. Why are you telling me that you're repaired? Oh, you're in the shipyard. I see. Okay, well, we'll detach you then. You guys, once again, come to the aid of Earth. Neutral location, follow. Ship combat. Fire at will. Sign on. We want to take out the Bezier first. Fire at will. Are you not? Sign on. So they tried to escape. We lost quite a few Europas there, actually. That's fine. They are squishy. They're meant to be expendable. Did we manage to inflict any damage? I don't think we did. I think we just followed them. Ship destroy. We're losing some majors there. They're just the sensor craft. Okay, I think that strike group is probably gone. Yeah, that strike group is dead. Okay, fair enough. But that's fine. We can build more. It's the beautiful thing about fighters. They're very cheap. Right. You. Industry. Fighters. Should we build... We should probably build a new tier of fighter because we've got new guns since we built them. We could also possibly... I don't know if we've got a small enough thing for a cloak on there now. A cloaked fighter would be crazy. Because you would probably need missile sensors to be able to even pick them up. I don't think we can build a small enough cloak right now though. If I just copy this and go to wide view. Defense, cloaking thing, design. So our current cloaking device efficiency 5, cloaking size 20. Yeah, the smallest cloak we can build right now is 1,000 tons. So we would need... We would probably need something hull size 5, maybe? Because that'd be 250 tons. But then we could fit that in there. We could shave off some weight with the railguns and stuff to get that within 500. I suppose then it might be a fast attack craft rather than a fighter, but we can do some stuff. What's the next tech do? It's weird that the next tech doesn't actually work with this. Unless there is no... Maybe you can't create a smaller thing than that. Maybe that's the smallest. No, you can make a smaller cloak. Right, let's go 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. We killed everything apart from one of the Rigels. That Rigel took 44 hits though. 44 penetrating hits. Let's have a look. Bezier, Le Mans, Rigel. Target speed 1. So it's basically... Yeah, it's dead now. It died It died real good. Ooh, we have got more hostiles further out though. How's the salvage fleet's cargo capacity? It's fine. It's only been about 12 real life seconds since we last checked. 3 inactive research facilities on Ganymede. Did somebody die? Ordnance production. Ordnance production guy retired. Oh! 5,700 research points for cloak sensor, 90%. That's nice. We've done 6,600 research on that, so like 20%, without touching the project, which is pretty nice. 2 more wrecks for the pile. They just keep flying the ships in. We need to surprise them with a longer range weapon, I think, as well. That's good. Fucking, they're just going nuts, man. How, oh, we lost some life pods, that's fine. They killed one of our salvage craft. It's annoying. So it's still costing them way more to attack me than it is costing me. Salvage crew. Can you just go and dump your stuff off before you lose any more, please? Go to Earth, go to unload all minerals, unload all ship components. Oof. Just life pods mostly. Did wreck another one of their ships though. I think that's all of them for now. $1,000 research points for Sensor Jammer 2. Where are you? 108 SETI. Okay, it's not moving. Don't get any closer to it, you idiot. Move on. Auto routes to Tegan Star. Go to Sol. Go to Earth and overhaul. If you make it, I will be amazed. Let's turn your shields on as well. Ah, he's coming. He's coming for us. He's charging. 2,100 research for that again. We're going to get that research before we've ever done it. The Columbia has been built on Earth. We can start our diplomatic mission. Beautiful. Just want to see if this bloody ship gets out of the system first or not. It did. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Let's go to Sol. Right. Sol, I want you Probably want you to build another diplomatic vessel because we're almost certainly going to lose this one. So build me another. It's going to be in the survey and exploration yard. Who have we got assigned? No fleet commander. That's concerning. Why do we not have a fleet commander? Do we not have a person capable of doing this? We probably don't, actually, because we've only got a handful of people. So we need a Commodore, and we've only got 3 Commodores available. They're all currently manning the Sphinx. I think we need more ship captains in general, don't we? We need to start actually putting more ships around. Okay, so Colombia. We could do with somebody with diplomacy. Let's see. Who have we got? I want a naval officer of any rank. Give me the person with the most diplomacy. That would be you. You are currently just a nobody, so we're going to promote you. And we're going to promote you again. And I'm going to promote you again. The fastest promotion to Commodore in the history of mankind. We want you to be assigned to the Columbia. I'm happy with that. And now let's get you underway. Why have you already got 0.11 deployment? Let's send you to Earth and overhaul just to get that down as small as possible. Okay. Right. Where were our alien friends? The Prisium aliens. Non-systems XAC5 Prisium 107 Prisium 3. Yeah. Let's send you to there. We want you to move there, but we don't want you to move actually to there just yet. Let's go and scope out the area. I think just being in the area will be enough, won't it? Salvage Fleet 1, you're getting pretty full. Can you go to Earth and empty your bags for me, please. Unload all minerals, unload all ship components. Got 5 sensor jammer 2s to research there. That should help with the tech. Okay. Give me some indication of what's going on here. Let's turn your shields on. Cross section reduced to 20% of normal. Okay, so you've got cross section of 80 as a 20,000 ton ship. And you've got you're half the size ship with a bigger cross section. Okay. We've got a 20,000 ton ship somewhere. Yeah, so you're 17,000 tons with a total cross section of 351. Okay, so this ship is seemingly quite small, cross section of 80, which is probably okay, it's smaller than 10,000 tons. So we're looking about, it's coming out at about the size of a 4,000 ton ship. Which checks out. Yeah, obviously it fucking checks out, you idiot, because 20% of a 20,000 is 4,000 tons. 20% of 20,000 even. Right, so we want to go in a little bit closer. Let's go and hang around this asteroid. Oh, it's a planet. Yeah, let's go and hang around that planet. Excuse me. Movement orders go to... CM4. Turn your transponder on friendly first. Oh no, that's the... I don't know. Oh, okay, so activate transponder to friendly units or to all units, okay. $600 research points for clock sensor reduction, nice. Some more salvage vessels are done. Go and join the salvage fleet, please. Okay, so we need to get a little bit closer to them. Let's go and hang around the sun. Weirdly, you can't hang around the sun. Okay, that's fine. We'll just move a little bit closer to them then. Also, we should go in here and we should do these thing and we should click on communicate. Let's communicate already underway. Okay. Why is there a Le Mans there? Well, that's really fucking annoying. So I picked him up on passive sensors and he instantly just sees me. Well, my transponder was on, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. That's annoying. Alright, well, let's just gun it for Piscium 2 then. Don't do a geological survey. Just move there. Where were they? Piscium 3. Let's go to Piscium 3 and hope that they shoot them and not us. Highly unlikely. Neutral contact update. Okay. Well, we knew we were going to lose it. What is going on here? Geordie LaForge. Okay, so we lost our ship. That's fine. We found where they were. They were here. They didn't blow us out of the sky. Unfortunately, our newly promoted commander has he's almost definitely going to die. How come only the commanders get to go out in the escape pods? Oh no, life pods have been launched. Okay, so yeah, 251 crew from the original 660 are in life pods, but none of them are going to live. Critical mission failure, Captain. That's what you get when you promote an idiot. Okay, so we need to send them out with... Well, we need to send them out with better cloak and... probably... some form of defensive weapon at least would be helpful. Okay. Well, that, I think as a first test, I'm okay with that. We made contact with them. We haven't been able to communicate yet. But we're still attempting communication. Diplomacy ratings is still 0, so we didn't lose anything. We don't know anything about their population, other than that there is something on this planet. Jesus Christ. Marie Curie's going to be real busy. She's found a good chunk of asteroids, though. They've already got stuff on. How's the salvage crew doing? You've got a decent amount of space left. You carry on. Willem Rottigan is unable to do his thing because he can't automatically pass back to Soviet again for some reason. You're already doing that. I just need to take your orders off you. Okay, so first attempt at diplomacy did not go well, but not because of the diplomat or the Xenos. At least the ones we were trying to communicate with, because of the raiders. So we need to take the raiders out of that system. We could put. So if we got a better cloak, we could make a diplomatic carrier. Take out a unit of fighters, because a unit of fighters would be able to take out one of those ships. The problem is they would possibly be seen as hostile. Would be seen as hostile to bring a bunch of combat craft into their system, I guess. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Let's get out of here. Go back to Sol. There's still aliens in Sol. Is that why you couldn't path back there? Some new Aquarius has been built. Production of construction factories completed at Ganymede. Bunch of new captains. Oh, because of the new freighters. Beautiful. Let's group those together. Looks like we're doing them in groups of 10. Go to Earth, load some terraforming installations, take those over to Venus, please. And then go back to Earth. Go back to Earth and wait. 60. So that's an hour times 24 hours. Times, if you wanted to wait 90 days between taking things, 777 6,000. Refuel Earth. Beautiful. Just cycle that. Then you guys do the same, but do it for Ganymede. Load installation, terraforming. Take it to Venus. Don't do the delay. Cut that. Set it to 0. Go to Ganymede. Load installation. Terraforming. Go to Venus. Unload terraforming installations. And then go back to Ganymede in 90 days. I also, the problem we were having with this Jupiter fuel thing, they were doing this far too. So we left it. We were saying go and pick up one run of fuel every 300 days, so that you save fuel by not doing the thing constantly. But actually, we didn't want to do it every 300 days. We probably wanted it to do it every month. So we want 2,592,000. So let's remove that. And then go to the Bahamut and refuel from stationary tankers. And we want to do that once every 30 days. Because this, if we were doing it every 300 days, they don't have enough fuel capacity to take all of that fuel off the Bahamut. These guys only have capacity of 1.3 million, whereas this has a capacity of 50 million, and it will do 50 million every year. You could probably work out how often they need to pick that up. So 50 million divided by, call it 14. Oh no, we'll do it exactly 383,000. So they need to make that pickup 36 times a year. So our 30-day one's not going to work properly, is it? Oh, divide that by 2. 18 times a year. So divide that by, well, times 1. Copy that. Oh, fuck it. So it's going to be 365 divided by, say we want to do 20 times a year. So that's every 18 days. Times 60. Times 60 times 24. So we want to do that every 1,576,000. So let's remove this. Remove last order. No, that's Saturn, you dumbass. This one. And we want to do 1,576,800. Refuel from stationary tankers. 18 days. So now they should keep on top of refueling from there. Construction jobbies. So let's do let's do another 100 at 50%. And then the terraforming installations, let's do 100 of those at 50%. Oh, another 6,000 research points towards cloaking tech. Oh, cloaking efficiency 6 this time. Which we are currently working on somewhere. No, we're not. What? Cloaking efficiency 6, we are. We're just not thing in here. It's in the queue. So we just shaved, I think that was 22 years before. We've just shaved 6 years off that. That's nice. Two more Mambas have been built. You guys can load the one of your groups on each. So if you go to Earth, load ground unit and subunits. You give this ground team and you do the other one. Worth third. Okay, we'll send those out as well. Right, Mamba auto route. We want to go to Upsilon Auritus. And we want to go to Moon Planet 4, Moon 20. Planet 4, Moon 20. We need to make it a colony first. And then unload ground units. Zeta 5, Tuscany. Zeta Tuscany 5, Moon 17. Auto route. Zeta Tuscany 5, Moon 17. Create a colony. And unload ground units. And then see how we get on. 950 points towards Sensor Jammer 2. How's your salvage team inventory doing? Oh, you running low. You running real low. Remove that. Go to Earth. Unload all minerals. Unload all ship components. And then carry on what you were doing. Another 3,000 points towards cloaking efficiency 6. That's only going to take 13.8 years now. Another 6,000. Are we gonna? We're gonna fucking finish researching that before we need to. Another 8 years. I mean, I'm fine with that. That's okay with me. You can't overhaul because you can't path back from there for some reason. So I want you to remove all auto route back to Tegan Star, Sol, Earth, begin overhaul, and then I want you to come back here. Here being Jeffords, and I want you to come up to Jeffords B1 and then carry on what you were doing. That's cool. So what's she found so far here? Let's have a look. These are some nice worlds so far. Some Saurium. Okay. And then Jeffords B. $31 million Saurium, solid Saurium, on a planet, on that 9 billion population planet that's not tidally locked. That's nice. Okay. And some stuff on its moon. Corbomite. All these asteroids are quite nice. Okay, I can get behind this. Beautiful. So when she comes back, she's going to finish off the rest of them. Improved damage control tech is done. We're now starting to study minimum cloak size 15, which with our new cloak and efficiency 6 tech coming in 8 years now as opposed to 22, is going to make for some quite nice ships. Jeffers, once carrot standing overhaul, there is no suitable destination. Yeah, I need to take your standing orders off you, don't you? Actually, we've sent some ships back and taken the standing orders off them, so they're not currently doing anything, are they? They're just sat there. They're just sat there. You need to... You're in overhaul at the minute. You don't have orders. So you need standing orders to go and survey. Where were you? So you went to Van Marten's star. And you went through the second jump point. Okay, go back there and explore them. If there's a problem, I'm sure he'll tell me. Okay, you've been unloaded onto this moon. Oh, that's a weird... I've never seen an orbit that crosses another orbit before. What happens if they meet each other at the same time? Big catastrophe. Stop! Stop! Why is ground survey completed not a critical thing that stops the autoplay? It's completed a ground survey already. That's beautiful. And the other teams also unloaded their ground unit. Cool. So you, what did we discover? This is in Upsilon Aritis. Did we actually discover anything? It doesn't look like it. No. Boo! Okay. On to the next survey location. We've sent someone there. CD SETI 2. To the planet. So create a colony. Unload all ground units from transport bay. The thermal sensitivity person retired. That's okay. We didn't need your shit anyway. Cassius Zaren, please take over. And when you've done that, if you don't mind, just grab that Sensor Jammer 2 tech since it's nearly done. And you're doing Thermal 14, so you might as well do EM 14 as well. And then Active Grav 21. We'll see why not. Now we're to the old Dragon Slayer. Oh, that was the that was a mining ship, wasn't it? Minerals recovered. Okay, so just find the minerals that it had on it at the time, which is good. I was concerned about that. So Wolf now should only have one auto mine, shouldn't it? Yeah, it does. Yeah, okay. So Wolf is back to just having one because it doesn't have 100 in orbit anymore, which is okay. Salvage Squad, how's your inventory doing? You're running a little bit low again, so you can go and do that Le Mans, but then go back to Earth, refuel, unload all minerals, and unload all ship components. Oh, we missed one lab. Can we assign that to some random person? Can assign it to the research rate guy. Knocks another 2 years off. Ground-based survey. 4 million tons of cobalt and 37 million tons of iridium. Both shit accessibility, but it's resources that weren't there before, so that works for me. Oh man. Out of coffee. I need to go and get more. I won't do that. Otherwise I'll be cranky. I'll be blaming you. BRB. returned, fully stocked. Right. Why did I have this open? We have no sector governor again. The sector governor keeps dying. We probably want a person who's good at mining. We need admin rating 6. You're no longer assigned to Schultz. You are now the governor of Seoul. Congratulations on your promotion. Ground survey complete here. That's why we had that window open. Oh, hello. Hello. What are you doing? You come to interrupt the stream? The special broadcast announcement. What's up? I ain't got anything. I had no food. All gone. Did you hear I had coffee? You are a coffee fiend, aren't you? Good boy. Right in the mouth. Good boy. You want to sit down? No. We already had breakfast. It's okay. It's okay. Apologies. What's your matter? Hello. Go and get that mummy. Go and get her. Where is she? Do you want to go back outside? One sec. There we go. Right. Go and grab those troops. And all the subunits, please. And this time we are going to go... We had a problem here last time. Let's see if they've gone away. Auto route CM3 Eridani 4. Unload ground units. I click that, will it take? No, it won't take us there, of course not. CM3 Eridani. Let's have a ganders. Another 1500 tech points towards clock sense and 90% reduction. We've done a third of it already, which is nice. Gemini C's are ready. I'm gonna click this. We're gonna send them all into different, well, to different areas. So I'll do one load of 5 days. Oh, Salvage Fleet 1's done. Beautiful. Salvage Fleet 1. Cancel your standing orders and just go chill at Earth for a bit. You are currently orbiting Earth, so we'll give you another 5 days. Yeah, 5 days. Orbiting Earth. You're on your way to Mars now. So you then, standing orders, ship colonists and passengers. 5 days. Balls. If we can get them to CD City, I'll be happy. You'll have to stay there for a little bit, but that's okay. I can always go and pick them up later on. No, they're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. Oh no, they did get unloaded. Okay, that's fine. The ship's now in orbit, I think. That's why it's disappeared from the list. I wonder if we can... Which one was it? Number 2. Moving orders. Go to SETI 1, just as a distraction. Blocker. You repaired your drive. That's nice. They weren't expecting that. Yeah, so the ground team should be on SETI 1 now. SETI 2, sorry. So they're just going to be kind of stuck there for a little bit. CD say 2. That's already a nice world. Extra minerals on top is going to be even better. Let's finish these Gemini C's. Who's still got... You've not got orders yet. So you ship colonists and passengers. Great. Ship destroyed. Send the last Gemini C standing orders, ship colonists and passengers. Should give them a little bit of spread. Geosurvey completes. Corbomite have been discussed. Additional deposits of Corbomite. The total amount available was increased from 12 million tons to 22 million tons. This was in SETI 2. Nice, and that's quite high accessibility as well. That's absolutely lovely. I mean, apart from the death, but that's fine. So I think what we need to do, actually, we need to send ground troops with STOs and construction teams. Probably a couple of mines, at least auto mines, and mass drivers, so we can start actually having, or we can start at least having systems with defense in there. Because at the minute, there's nothing stopping any raiders from just swarming the system. That's fine. 5 days. Alien salvage. Okay, so they've also got a salvage vehicle in this system, which tells me there's more than just that one ship. I don't think their combat craft have salvage capability. I would be very surprised if they do. You know what would be really funny, actually, if we build a bunch of those boarding fighters, get them to Earth, and then next time they come to Earth, send a bunch of boarding fighters to every single one of their ships, and just capture them as they're trying to attack, and then we just build our fleet up with their ships. What the hell was that? One of the neighbours. Right, let's get back to Sol and see how our colony ships doing. Let's pass time forward a day at a time. Okay, they are kind of spread out now. So we're going, yeah, okay. They're doing their own thing. They're not just all going in one block thing. Because before, when I launched them all separate, they were all getting kind of the same orders. Whereas now they're kind of separated out a little bit. Makes it feel a little bit more alive. So let's, on that note, let's build some more then. Do the same thing. And also it means if they get attacked by raiders, we're only losing one ship as opposed to all of them. Especially if they've just picked up a bunch of colonists. Right. I need some more colony ships, please. Shipyards. Colonial bus depot. Build me some colonial transportations. Yep. Right, what else do we need? We've got a Columbia on its way. I'm tempted to build another shipyard here just to be safe. Because we might need to build multiple. And I suppose if we have multiple diplomacy ships in the fleet, that probably can't hurt because they'd get more intelligence in the system, right? Speaking of intelligence, granary stockpiles, we want this sensor jammer tech, disassemble all, scrap all crap technologies that we don't need. And then just get rid of all this for the minerals. for the minerals. If I can just... No. No. You just sprayed something, my love. You just sprayed something. It can smell like cleaning products. Okay. Right, they're all done. Bunch of research points, nice. How far along is that? Since Gemma 2, very nearly done. It's going to take less than a year. Okay. We should have some more sphinxes being built as well, shouldn't we? We do. We're just taking some time. Let's have a look. We need a orbital miner. The Pico. Let's just open all these. Okay. We don't need refueling systems on these, so I can get rid of that. Get rid of the fuel. Get rid of soaring harvesters. It's not a tanker. We want an orbital miner. That can just shred things. 20,000 tons per mineral per year. Probably needs a good amount of storage, I would guess. Would it? I suppose, yeah, it would. It would. Because it's going to need to move the things from asteroid to asteroid, so it needs to take it, and then we can get rid of the asteroid from the colony list. Cargo, we want a large hold. That should be fine. Some cargo shuttles. Get some passive sensors on it. Could put a commercial hangar on and then load it up with fighter craft. No, we won't bother. Yeah, because what we'll do with the cargo holds is we'll load the mass drivers in as we go from asteroid to asteroid to asteroid. We'll load the mass drivers in, load the resources in, move to the next asteroid, dump the mass driver on the ground and the resources, have them fired over to Earth. We probably don't need 10 large cargo holds on that. Let's just do 5. In fact, we don't even need 5, we just need 1. Yeah, 125,000 tons. It's producing 20,000 tons per mineral per year. But we'll also be collecting mass drivers. Mass drivers take up space though, don't they? Yeah, that's a good shout. So that's enough for 10 mass drivers. What if we do... Okay, yeah, forget what I said. We'll put 10. Then we can just go around and collect all of the mass drivers we've got on every single asteroid in Sol. How we'd get this into another... We wouldn't be able to get this into another system, or we would have to dismantle it. We won't do conscript, because then we can train a commander up, an actual commander. Whole numbers is fine. I don't know what whole numbers actually does, but we'll leave it on. I think I'm alright with that. So let's build a couple of those. God, we haven't been using 70% of our build capability. Let's knock this up to 50. And then we'll build a space station, and this is the... It's not a fuel harvester. Let's change that. Pico, you are an orbital mining platform. Orbital mining station. And you were designed in the year 2210. Time is flying by. Okay, so build me one of these. That's going to take some time. Change this back to 30. Change this to 70. Okay. 21 years. And then when these guys are done, we can sort that out as well. Let's knock this down to 20. Knock this down to 60. And then we'll go into construction and we will build construction factories. And we will build 400. The remaining 20%. Well, that's annoying. We haven't even got there yet. Rip. Pepperoni. Oh, we built some new explorers, didn't we, as well? We did. So we've now got Henry Becquerel is back. He got destroyed. J.J. Thompson, Lord Riley's back. Peter Curie's back. Peter Zeman is also back. Okay, so you're currently out and about. You're orbiting Earth with no orders. So you... Let me drag this over here so I can see. So I can put it on this screen because it hurts my neck looking over there. Groombridge 34. So your orders are going to be to survey. And I want you to auto route to... You can't get past CM3 Eridani. So CM3 Eridani is connected to Tea Garden Star. Go to Eridani and then go path to... Where the hell were we going? Groombridge. Groombridge 34. And then we're just going to go to one of those random jump points. Who's next? Marie Curie, you're on your way somewhere. You don't have any orders. Marie Curie doesn't have any orders either, does she? Load template. You've got orders, you've got orders. None of these ones do. Okay. Okay, Philip. Auto route to Tea Garden Star. Go to Eridani and then auto route to Groombridge again. Go to JP4 this time. Henry Becquerel, same diff. You go to Tea Garden Star, Eridani, then go to Groombridge 34, go to jump point 5. JJ Thompson, We will send you to Evie Lecurte. So we'll do the same. T-Garden Star, Eridane, Evie Lecurte. And then you want to go through that jump point. Is that what she's doing? No, she's still exploring. Phi Arietis. Butchering these names. Right, you go to Tea Garden Star, CM, Phi Arietis, and check out that unexplored jump point. And then you can do the same, but you can go to Psi Arietis. And check out that jump point. And Peter Zeman, you're going to do the same thing. You're going to go to CD City. Check out that jump point there. I think that's all good. I'm going to save that because that's a lot of work to have to redo. Yeah. Sigma Cephiri. Sigma Cephire. Doesn't look like there's anything here. Just a bunch of survey locations. How is Venus doing? We need more workers. We have a worker shortage at the minute. So we have more terraforming installations than we have workers to work. And we're actually only 25% of the way towards our goal. So we're going to need a lot more of those stations. We could probably actually build those stations at Ganymede as well. Actually, we could probably build them at Venus at this point. Oh no, you've got no build points. Oh, we could build them at Ganymede. Stations. Probably also build some at Mars. We knock this down to Woody. Knock this down to 40. And then build another 12 here with the 20% we've got. And then if we go to Mars, knock this down to 50. 12 here with the remaining 50%. Another new system, 61 Cygni. Looks like there is some activity here as well. 6 planets, 2 moons, 10 comets. Oh, what? 62 billion potential population can sit on this world. Wow. And it's not in a bad state, terraforming wise, already. Needs less carbon dioxide, needs less oxygen. This has almost certainly got a population on it. But I guess we'll find out when we get blown up. 118 Piscium. 4 planets and 10 asteroids here. Okay. Kruger 60. 5 planets and 46 moons. Very nice. '63 Hydra. 4 planets, 6 moons, 2 comets. 17 billion size planet there. Again, not in a disastrous state for terraforming. Struve 2398. Look at the orbit on that. Wow. Seven planets, 42 moons, 10 asteroids, and 7 habitable bodies total. Very nice. So it keeps saying very nice, but actually we need to get there first and do things with it. It's all well and good knowing about these places, but we actually need to do things and progress. And I need to do that. Where are you? Ray shields. You should all have your shields on anyway. I know it makes you like a beacon, but in the event that we're gonna get seen anyway, so because they seem to have insane sensors or insane cloaking ability. Yeah, I think we need an explorer that's armed at this point, rather than having a lot of explorers, because they're not expensive, but they're not exactly cheap to replace because they've got a lot of crew on board, right? But if they come up against anyone, if they were fast enough to escape, that'd be one thing. But they're not. They're just kind of sitting ducks. And these guys are everywhere at the minute. Yeah, I think we need to halt exploration. We need a better plan than this, because this isn't working. Where the hell were you? Ooh. That's a new ship we haven't seen before. Are these new people? Who are these? No, these are the Procyon aliens, aren't they? Well, they made short work of that shit. I don't think they're going to be friendly. They're not going to be easy to win over, so we will be in war with them. New system M2 Monoseri. Oh no, connection to the known system. Okay, so that messes our map up a little bit. Okay, messes our map up quite a lot actually. I don't like that. Is there any way to fix that? Guess we just put it best we can so we know it's not going. We know it's an overlap. That'll do. Okay. Yeah, they all seem to stack on the same spot there, didn't they? Any more? Can move that up so that's less obstructed. Okay, that works. Move that there. Move that up a little bit. It's still messy, but it's less messy. Okay, I think we need to go on the offensive against the these Procyon aliens. Aggressive diplomacy. Should probably rename the episode. Okay. Let's go. Well, you first need new orders because you can't explore this place 'cause it's already done. Where else have we got to go? Silver lining, having that link to Monoseri means we should now be able to go through Monoseri rather than go through this one choke point. Downside is that means that's no longer a one route choke point, but that can work in our favor. So auto route, you can't because you've got jump shock. Auto route, and we want to send you. I think we're gonna go with LT 1445 and just explore that jump point for me. Who are you down here? What are you doing? You're just working away. Good lad. New alien ship. Oh look, we're gonna die. Excuse me. They refuse to exchange insurance information. The Lord Riley has passed. '79 Eridani. So many Eridani systems. Another one that crosses. So it crosses really close, but doesn't actually touch it, does it? It's pretty cool though. 8 planets, 64 moons. Some nice big chunky worlds there. Couple of very tasty looking moons as well. Oh, Procyon aliens are here as well. Okay, so this system is more than likely inhabited by them. They're not specifically attacking us, are they? They will if we get closer, I imagine. Goals cannon velocity 30,000, nice. We're waiting for this one for another month. Let's just put all the labs into that. Right, it's only another couple of days. Goals cannon rate of fire. Okay. Terraforming rate would be pretty good. Took us quite a long time to research it though. 33 years. I'm not going to dig in that. Could finish this clock sensor reduction. Though I think I'd like this guy to do that when he's finished with whatever he's currently working on. I'm going to assume that's... Yeah, 7 labs, okay. Makes more sense. Advanced damage control. Oh yeah, finish that. We need that. Once you've done that though, tell me, and then we'll find something for someone else to do. What are you actually doing here? It's taking you a long time to survey that moon. Oh, I see. There are just a lot of moons. I see. Makes sense. Whoa, what was that? So they got a... That's a different guy. As soon as all these have gone. Or finish doing what they're currently assigned to do. You're surviving quite a long time. That's quite impressive. Now here's the thing. So he's going to get to their system, and they're going to get blown up. Yeah. 139 nuclear detonations. Ouch. Okay. Right, so I think we're out of explorers, I think, now, aren't we? Oh, we've got 2 left, but where are you? You are Omega Seti. And you're still doing Jeffords. Okay. Jeffords is going to take you a long time, though, because they've got 400 and some bastard asteroids. Right, let's go back to Sol. Okay, we need to design an actual combat vessel. It needs to be fast. Or it needs to be tanky. It needs to be able to survey. It needs to have jump drives. Really could do with some kind of cloak or you could do with a diplomacy module, but I'm not tied to that. We could just have that in a separate thing, like we've done already, and send this new survey craft as an escort. This goddamn sucks. Okay. Let's have a think. What can we do? New ship class. I suppose this would be a starship class, wouldn't it? It's kind of a multi-purpose sort of a writing. I quite like that. Let's go for a fan favorite. Where's the Voyager? How rude. Suppose we'll go with the we'll slum it and go with the Enterprise. And this is gonna be 2211. Right, so we want we probably want the ability to drop ground teams. The problem is that's already huge. So we'll probably just want to have one of the other ships follow us. So that's out. We don't need a hangar. Don't need cargo. We do want gravitational survey sensors. We do want geological survey sensors. We do want passive sensors. Probably do want to be quite heavy on the sensors anyway. We're not going to have anyone who can captain this, so we're going to have to boost somebody up. Right, we need engine, jump drive, shields, probably sensor jammers and stuff. Cloak, ideally. And we need some weapons. Fire control, railgun, reactor. Okay. We can do this. I need the loot though, so I'll be right back. as says the forehead of doom. Now, let's get some paint or something and lacquer that thing up. Right, I had thoughts while I was walking to the shop. We've invested a lot of time and research into railguns, fighters, and carriers. So, to kind of do away with that and have one ship that is going to be combat and science, it kind of goes away from the path we've started carving for ourselves. So I think our current where is it, the exploration ship, the Cobalt, I mean, yes, it needs a couple of upgrades, but actually it's fine. It could do with being faster, but if it's got an entourage of companion ships, sort of carrier with a bunch of fighters on it, and a bunch of point defense weapons, as well as tanker maintenance supplies, maybe a couple of diplomacy ships. And then instead of just having one ship go around and survey things and move on, we can have a little fleet. And we can also put on things like troop transport vessels with the ground survey team. So if there is a ground survey to do, we can do it there and then rather than have to dick about, come back and go sort it out, you know what I mean? Okay, so our starship here, the Enterprise, I'm just going to delete this and we're going to lean more into the carrier. So we last designed a carrier in 2140, which is 70 years ago at this point. Let's copy this. Updating the armor immediately saved 2,000 tons. This carrier is very fast. Doesn't need to be. Only needs to go as fast as our survey ship. Obviously, if it goes faster, better then, because then the enemy's got a lower chance to hit potentially, right? Yeah, I'm going to lean into the carrier design. And then at least all of our stuff's not wasted. The other thing we can do, because we've also got Ganymede up and running now, is we can build more than just railgun fighters. We can build missile fighters. So our carrier will also need to be able to carry and transfer ordnance. Also needs a jump drive. So now that we've got a plan, sausage roll is good. Now that we've got a plan, let's put it into motion. Exactly, there we go. Oh. Sit my ass in the chair now. Love you. I am a grumpy old man. It's because I'm fat and middle-aged. Excuse me. Right. Where are we? Engines. Right, so we're going to have new sensors. We've got sensors we can use. We'll probably use them. Sensor. E-lint's useful. Ion drive. Okay. So this is our base model. Also needs a. It doesn't. No, it doesn't need science actually. How many laser armor does the Cobalt have? 4. And it's got the old armor as well. We could probably build a new version of the Cobalt. Well, let's give this a name. The Suffolk. That's British counties, I think. British counties. Suffolk. Okay. Let's go with the Gwent. Let's go with the Gwent. Rename 2211. Okay. What's wrong with eating sausage rolls? Pastry gets stuck everywhere. Okay. So this is going to be a military carrier. We don't necessarily need... Well, we are going to have fighters. We don't necessarily need 60 fighters. But if we can fit 60 fighters on there, then we will do. Right, we need our engine, first of all. So the engine on the Suffolk was a 100 hull size ion drive. I think we've got the 160 now, haven't we? We have. So 100 hull size and we must have boosted it by a little bit, 20%, and we didn't have that tier of fuel. 23, so we had that one, and then we probably so we must have the 35%, so we can drop that down to 16. We just need to wait for the 16 tech, which is coming fairly soon, I think. No, 8 years. And there's no way we can make that quicker. We want that tech before we start building anything. Sensors. The thermal sensor is coming next November. Clock size, we don't need to worry about that right now. Okay. So the only one we're really not desperate for, but that would be a nice one to reduce the size of hull assigned to crew quarters. Because these, I mean, they're 50 tons, but we have to have 27 plus a few smalls for a ship of this size. So if we go up to the magnetoplasma drive, it bumps us up there. We can also drop our fuel consumption by 20%. That'll offset our power increase a little bit. We had 4 of those ions on the Suffolk. We won't need 4 on this one. And also we can make this bigger, which makes it more fuel efficient as well. So the old one with worse tech had fuel use per hour 0.349. This one has 0.197, so it's already 50% better. Fuel use per hour 605. It's using slightly more fuel per hour when it's in full bore. It's an 8,000 ton engine as opposed to a 5,000 ton engine, but we had 4 of these. Whereas we won't need 4 of these. This is 2211. This is the Gwent, because we're making it specifically for the ship. We could get that fuel use per hour down to the same by dropping that to 115, and we're still way ahead. We're still double the power output of the other one. So this is probably alright. 320 litres, so that's already 200 litres per hour better. And fuel use per hour is dropped down to 0.125 rather than 0.349. Thermal signature 525, thermal signature 614, but it's nearly twice as strong. If we could get that 16% tech any quicker, that would help with the thermal signature. But we're running on the assumption that they're gonna see us anyway, so we might as well save some gallicite. They're gonna see us, so we don't really care about the being stealthy. What if we go absolutely nuts? Just one giant fast engine. It's going to be very fuel hungry. What does this actually change? It doesn't change the cost or anything, it just changes the fuel per hour. So why you wouldn't ever use the other ones, would you? So if we use the same fuel consumption per engine power hour as the one below, 349, so 150, but it's using more than double the fuel per hour. But it is also more than double the engine power. I think we just stick with this at 100. $110 maybe. Could also drop it down to the same. Because then it's using virtually no fuel. This would use the same, produce the same power, but it would weigh more. Let's stick with 100 for now. And we'll just keep that at the same size, so we'll prototype that. Let's stick that on there and see what it looks like. How big was the Suffolk? 66. Okay. The Suffolk also had all the sensors. In fact, that's the only thing different, really, isn't it? So the sensors. Because we've already done the power. So if we put some sensors together, so what do we have? We had specific sensors for the ship. So they were active sensors quite big, EM and thermal were 1,000 each. Missile was 1,000, and then you had a electronic intelligence module. We mustn't have built any Suffolk bees. I think we can build probably bigger sensors. Mind you, if we use the regular sensors, because we could also drop the armor down a bit here. Keep the weight down. Keep it at 10 for now. We can drop it if we need to. Right, so we need some sensors. Active sensors. We are researching the 21s, aren't we? No, we're not yet, but we will get that in 5 years. Okay, so for the raiders, we know that their ships are 9,400 tons or something like that. So the Bezier is 9.8, 9.8, and they're the biggest. They're the biggest ones. What do we know about the Procyon aliens? $11.5, 11.8, 11.8. So they're bigger, which means they'll pick up our. We'll pick them up with a 9,000. They do have some others that are smaller. but we don't know what size they are yet. So what about the new aliens? We haven't spotted any of their ships yet. We don't actually know if they have ships. So if we go for a 9,000 ton resolution, so the biggest sensor range we have, we can pick them up at 300 million kilometers. That's quite a way. But we want that. We want to see them from far out. And really the carrier here is going to be the main piece. Main piece of the puzzle. So we'll prototype this. So this is this is just the active search sensor. And then we want one that can do missiles. This one doesn't need to be as big. So it's 20. So this is the missile search sensor. And then for the big ships, big enemy ships that are over 25,000 tons, picking them up at 420 does add an extra 5,000 tons, or an extra 2,500 tons, doesn't it? But it's worth it. Let's do. We're not going to be able to build a cloaking device that can cloak our carrier, I don't think. Yeah, 25,000 tons is the biggest we can do. Well, biggest we can do right now. Once we get cloaking 6, which isn't far off anymore. It's the smallest we can do now, 20. We're going to need direct fire controls, railguns, and power plants for our fighters. Shield generator. Oh, we need thermal sensor and EM sensors as well, don't we? So this is the Gwent thermal sensor. We don't actually have 1,000 ton thermal sensor, do we? Excuse you. 100 million kilometers. What's the longest range we can put this? 185. I think 100 million is fine. Yeah, we can even get away with the 750. This would help us get that. The smaller ships, though. Let's go with 1,000, and we'll do 1,000 for the EM sensor as well. Okay, and then jump engines we'll do last, because then we'll know how big we'll need them. We need some sort of anti-missile for the new guys. We need to design some missiles as well, aren't we? Box launchers for our fighters might be okay. Super small, but they have to return to the carrier to reload. That could be okay. Makes them tiny, doesn't it? How big is this? So if we were to do, say, a size 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Size 9 missile. That's quite a big missile. About size 4 missile. Okay, so it does reduce the yeah, that reload is not friendly, is it? So for that, half the size, but 800% reload. That's a lot. Box or decoy launcher is not affected by increasing reload rate technology. They may only be reload a hangar or maintenance facilities. Reload rate 1 will automatically be used for the design. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that when we do the fighter in a minute. Railgun, shield generators. Shield generators on the carrier. Probably useful. Does increase the recharge time. We can always have multiple shields, so if we just build this one. But I think we might have this one already. This is a Epsilon shield, 10 hull size, size 3368. We've already got this one, so we don't need to research it. Okay. So let's prototype and let's add in some stuff. So we want the Gwent EM sensor, the thermal sensor, the missile, the both active search sensors. Okay, so we've got the same level of armor. Smaller crew quarters. We've got 1 engine instead of 4. If we were to add a second engine, that would bring our speed up to about the same. Save us 3,000 tons of weight. Got a lot longer range because we've got more fuel on there, more fuel efficient engine as well. Got better sensor range. So our sensor range on the old one, 2,000 ton active search sensor was 150 million. Versus 298 million. Obviously our sensor's bigger, so we added some more weight back in from that. What else we got? Our long range active search sensor, so the biggest of the big. The old one was 194 million. This one is 420 million. Thermal sensor and EM sensor. So old EM sensor was 86.6. New EM sensor is 117. Same for the thermal. We've got 4 electronic intelligence modules on here instead of just 1, which means we can detect out twice the range. Now, do we need 20 hangar decks? Probably not. Let's get rid of 10 of them. That reduces our weight significantly. Because what we can do is we can just have 2 carriers. Because I'm thinking we're going to have fighters, we're going to have bombers, and we will probably have some sort of boarding marines. Yeah, some sort of boarding fighters. This is actually faster now as well. What if we take off that second engine? Oh. Where was that? Oh yeah, I took off 5 engines there. That's why. 1 engine. So we are at 43,000 tons. I'm trying to conserve space here because I'm conscious we need to add in a jump drive, which the old one didn't need. Annual failure rates 500% down. Use the same exact essential systems apart from the crew quarters. We get rid of the damage control here and we can put an improved damage control. That saves us a little bit. So what was the old damage control rating? 80, 12 versus 60, 14. So if we had a second improved one, we're at 70, 16. What does this mean though? 70, 16. DCR. DCR. Damage control rate and a multiplier to the speed at which the damage control unit is carried out. Okay. So more damage control, more good. So we'll just put 4 damage controls, improved damage controls on there because they weigh the same. But this one's twice as good, right? So. Could probably do with a couple more maintenance supplies. And then if we put our second engine back on. So still lower on the annual failure rate. Going the same speed, which we won't necessarily need. Yeah, let's take that off. Save the weight. Because the other thing we could do, now we've got these sensors on here, we could probably get rid of some sensors on the exploration ship. Make that a little bit sleeker. Improve the gravitational geological surveys, maybe. If we get rid of, what's this? 500, 1000, 1500, 1700. 1950, 2950, so call it 3000 tons we could save by getting rid of all of these sensors. 3000, and then we can add some split of 4, 8, 12 geographical and gravitational survey sensors in addition to what we've already got. So we can have 6 and 6. So 7 geological, 7 gravitational. Or we could have 2 ships. One that's got a shitload of geological, one that's a shitload of gravitational. Did we put shields on this yet? I don't think we did we? Because the old one didn't have shields. He's a good boy. It's you. You're a good boy. Alright, what else do we need? We need to design the fighters that are going to go on this as well, don't we? So let's use this copy of the Europa to upgrade the armor. Get rid of the old ion drives. These were 80 tons apiece. We create a new engine that's also 80 tons. You were making it a little bit smaller. 50 power, so it's 52. So for the same weight here, so we had two size 80-ton engines here. For a 160-ton engine, we can have 128 power instead of 100. This is like 30% more. Or we can make it 100 power, but weigh 35 less tons, which is considerable. Means we can fit more fighters on the ships as well. Make a 100-ton. So this is going to be 2211. Let's call this one the IO. Prototype that one, and then we'll rename this ship the 2211 IO class fighter. You're going obsolete. You're going obsolete. So same speed, but overall 40, 60, 40, 50, 60, 70 less tons. Nothing else has changed. We haven't changed the guns yet or anything. Obviously, if we make more things on there, it's not gonna go as fast. Let's see what we can do with this railgun. So we had a 81.25 ton 12 centimeter railgun. This was a single shot. Oh. Okay. What was your rate of fire? 10. This is still 10 rate of fire. You can have a 2-shot railgun, so a twin railgun, a twin 10 centimeter railgun. For a very similar weight. So the single shot 12 centimeter only fires once every 10 seconds, but does 2 damage. Or the 10 centimeter railgun, twin railgun, still does 2 damage, but fires every 5 seconds, so really does 4 damage. It also has slightly longer range. Yeah, because theirs was 48. Oh yeah, because this multiplies the range as well, doesn't it? How did we end up with that? How do we end up with a range? Oh, that's the fire control. 0.75. Oh, because it was a recharge rate of 3. So this must be being limited by the fire control, is my guess. So I think we'll go for a 10cm railgun. We'll have 2 of them. Maximum launch velocity, maximum recharge rate. So this fires every 5 seconds. Got a range of 50,000 kilometers, which is plenty. If we had a higher range, it means we've got longer to detect missiles, but we're not really planning on going up against missiles straight away. Plus, we can have point defense on the carrier if we manage to save enough weight overall. Also, we saved 80 tons, didn't we? With 70 tons? 70 tons. With the engine. So we could actually have a 3-shot railgun. And we'd still be saving weight. So that would be doing 15. Well, it would be doing 3 damage every 5 seconds instead of 2 damage every 10 seconds. So in 10 seconds, this would be doing 6 instead of 2. At the same range. I think let's do a 2 because then we're keeping the weight the same because the speed is important on the fire as well. So we'll do prototype that. We need a direct fire control. So if we take the railgun off there. Insufficient power, so we need more power because we've got a more powerful gun. So we need 0.78 power to fire this. Let's do the power first. Point. Oh, were you complaining because we need point? No. What are you whinging at? Oh, we were producing 0.78 and we need 3.25. Okay. We don't need this railgun though. So with just this railgun, we need 2.5 power. Okay. That checks. So 2.5 power. So the old fusion reactor was 80. Nope. Fusion reactor 14.5 tons. So this is 10 tons bigger. I'm not sure which power output I'm supposed to be using here. Power per hull size. Okay, I think it's this one we're looking at. Power output. So we want 2.5. This gives 2.55. Probably want a smaller explosion chance. 2.54. 27 tons. It's nearly double the size though, isn't it? Let's prototype that and see how we get on. Get rid of you and give me the new reactor. Now we need the fire control. The current fire control does that. So the fire control, we want as long a range as possible to give us the highest chance to hit. We also want it to be nice and small. Tracking speed. I don't think tracking speed matters on a fighter because it's using the tracking speed of the ship itself, right? TS 1500. Oh no, I think we do want to make it so the tracking speed is at least our speed. Okay, so we want a tracking speed of, looks like probably 3.5 there. Especially because by the time we had on, oh no, because we're adding this on instead, aren't we? So, well, this weighs more as well, so 1400. Although we actually don't want multi-weapon fire control because we've only got one weapon. It's just got 2 shots with it. 35 tons. This is the same weight, but it gives us a longer range. Could probably drop this down. Because our max range on our gun is 50 anyway. So if we have we could make it bigger. No, because no. I don't think we need to worry about that. So this goes up to 64 from 50. It's 28 tons instead of 35, so we save 7 tons there. Probably push the tracking speed back up now. guess 15-kilometer tracking speed, 15,000 kilometer tracking speed. Our speed's just below 15,000, so that should be fine. Range 50,000, range 64,000, that should be fine. Rate of fire 5 seconds. Power's enough. We've saved 62 tons of weight, which is good. So we can probably bump up the deployment time a bit now. Oh, it does add 1 crew if we bump the deployment time up. I suppose having them go out in pairs isn't the worst thing, because we do need to train up our commanders as well. So this would let us train up more than one at once. Half a day's deployment time, that's probably fine. 270 tons. Don't need engineering bays on these either. That's actually quite helpful. It's 6 layers of armor on the fire. I mean, yeah, we probably should have an engineering bay. Engineering space. Not the big one that we could do with the fire one. Yeah, because annual failure at 5%. I mean, it doesn't actually matter because they're only going to be out for a literal matter of days. Not even days, like half a day at a time. But if we put an engineering space fighter on it, damage control. Oh, if we could make a small damage control, that'd be really good. Ugh. That's annoying. Okay. Maintenance storage bay, engineering space fighter. So we could actually make a slightly bigger engine now. We want more fuel though. Yeah, 10,000 litres of fuel. That gets them to that half a day. We can probably make a slightly bigger engine and get that up to 15 again. We could make a tiny shield for it as well. Shield generators. 50 tons for a small shield generator. Takes 2 minutes to recharge. But you got a shield strength of 1. I don't think that's worth it. I'd rather just have an extra layer of armor. Well, in fact, for 50 tons, you could have 4 layers of armor and change. But you could have 5 layers of armor and change. No, you could have 4 and change. But that cuts the speed down. 2 layers of armor and a bigger engine. Let's design a slightly bigger engine. So this one was a 100-ton engine. Take that layer of armor off. Okay, so I guess it's a 16.7. And 3 layers of armor. Keeping us above 15. Which is leaps and bounds better than the Europa. So we save 1 ton. We gain an extra crewman. Oh no, we didn't, because this had 2 crewmen on it as well. So we save 1 ton. We save 1 single ton. We have 3 layers of armor instead of 1. Same speed, basically. Same failure rate. We've actually got more repairs. But we need... We're not really going to repair anything on here, are we? By itself. We don't actually need that. Because it's not really able to repair itself. It doesn't have a damage control. We'll just commit to if they die in... If they get damaged in combat, if we can save them, we'll save them. But if not, then they're just dead. Does that give us a 4th layer of armor? Nearly. If we drop a little bit of fuel... no. 3 layers of armor it is. We need the... we do need the fuel. Hello. Okay. So this is... I'm quite comfortable with that. 123. Can we do drop these 2 fires and these 5 minimals? 3, 2, 1. Get rid of a tiny. $315 tons. It's got 300 million kilometer range. What if we designed a 90 engine? Or even an 88. 88 miles per hour! Less than 300 tons. We could just go to a single railgun and make it like super small. But I think this one, because we've got less hangar space, we've still got the same amount of guns. This actually is going to work out pretty well. Okay, I quite like that. Tiny bit of wasted tracking speed there. If I shaved off a tiny bit of tracking speed from the fire control, I could put more fuel on it. But it could also have the same fuel, but could go slightly faster. Fire control. I can't remember what size it was. It was a single weapon fire control. 2-stage hardening. Tracking speed we said was 15. And we reduced the range, didn't we? So we're looking for 64. Right, okay, so that's what we were at. So we don't quite need 64. We can be happy with 60 and reduce the tracking speed to 14.75. What does that give us? That gives us a 28 versus a 30. That's 2 tons. It's not really worth doing, is it? For 2 tons. I suppose that is another... %40 fuel. Yeah, we probably do need more fuel actually because we've only got 5 hours. Let's just prototype that one, see how it looks when we put it on. Fire control 60. And then we can put on, get rid of the fighter, put on a tiny. Okay, so it's 300 tons. 500 million kilometer range. Okay, I can get behind that. Three layers of armor as well, so we could also shape a layer of armor off. It's crazy that you can have 23 layers of armor on a fighter and it still be classed as a fighter. That's insane. 3, 4, 5. So we could have 5 layers of armor and still fit it in our old hangars. But if we have 2 layers of armor, three just to be secure. They do really well, I think, because they fire every 5 seconds. They don't get one shot. Well, they probably will get one shot, but they might not get one shot. Unless they're coming up against something that is doing piercing damage. But we don't know what we get. I mean, we're coming up against energy lasers, so I think they do some element of piercing, don't they? 500 million kilometer range. Half a day deployment time. Well, not deployment time down to 0.12. Yeah, 0.12 doesn't really affect anything. Doesn't affect the weight at all. Doesn't affect anything, so. Okay, so as soon as you go to 9, it does add some weight. So if we go 8, 7, 6. 6 uses 3 crew. And gives it 1 day deployment time. Three, 2. Okay, so 2 drops it down to 2 crew. But if we can have 3 crew with no extra weight, we could potentially train up 3 commanders at a time. Or should we flip that on its head, and if we drop it down to 2, then we're losing a third less commanders every time one of these dies? Don't know. I'm thinking if we go with the 0.6, that gives them a day and a half out. They won't need a day and a half out. It just means that when they do launch, yeah, I think that'll be fine. Okay, so that's the standard fighter. So we'll copy this and we'll rename this one. So this is the IO missile. We take off our railguns. We probably won't need the fire control because we need a missile fire control. We probably won't need the reactor. The rest of it can be the same. Get the fucking speed on that with nothing on it. We need a couple of things here. So we need to design a missile. We need to decide what missiles we want first. I think if we just have a bunch of small little dinky missiles. But then if we have big missiles, we only really need to fire one. Or land one of them. Interesting. Where's my missile design page? Give me missiles. I haven't really done much with missiles before. Bro, I want that in the background, and then I want this, and then I want this, okay? We had 100 million kilometer range in our sensors, didn't we? How big is this missile? Yeah, we don't want sensors on it, do we? So here's my question. What is a missile size? Missile size 54. Okay. So we want... So if we want a size 54 missile, which seems massive. 55 missile. That's a lot of tons. Okay, so we can't have that. So our missile launcher... Well, we're going to have box launchers, won't we? Box launcher. Okay, what about 55 now? 5. 413 tons. That's too big. So how big was our railgun concoction? So we had 82.5. 27.5 plus the reactor. So we had 137 tons. Now we're going to need the missile launcher. We won't need a magazine, will we? Because we're using the box launcher. But we will need a missile fire control. So if we say the fire control is 27.5 tons. And we know we want to target ships that are about 9,000 tons in size. Oh, here's a question. Does the fighter need a missile fire control? Or can you make do with having that on the carrier? Nope, wrong ship. I think with the box launcher you don't need a magazine because you're not reloading. Yeah, so we need... What have we got left? If we wanted it to be the same size, so size 300. $126. It'll probably have extra room for crew though. Oh, man, it's not saying crew, is it? What do we need? 126. 128. So size 16 missile. So if we prototype that, stick that on there. Does it only need one? 307 tons is too big. Launch for missile size 6. 45 tons. Let's prototype that. So we could have 2 box launchers there. An extra layer of armor. Okay, so if we were working with a size 6 missile, the range on our fire control is 59.8 million kilometers. Okay, that's close enough. 56 million, 59.8 million. Will fly for 40 minutes, but it's only got 23,000 kilometers a second, which is not much faster than our fighters, to be fair. Do you not have like agility anymore? Because that used to be like how you'd make them more evasive. I suppose you've got decoys now, haven't you? So if you put warhead strength of 2 with 2 decoys, still not super fast. Warhead strength 1. 1 decoy. No decoys. 50,000 kilometers a second. Okay. 1 warhead. half a unit of fuel. We wanted it to go 40,000 kilometers a second. Increase this. The range, we could get the range 59.8. Okay, so we could get a 45,000 kilometers a second box launcher missile. It's 15 tons per missile. Presumably the box launcher can only hold one missile. So if we've got 2 missiles on there. But we've got what? Actually, if I drop that, we could maybe fit another one. Missile box launcher. But we could, because we don't need as many of these. It's down to, because these in theory are going to be further away from combat, so they shouldn't get hit. So we could have 3 box launchers per ship at 300 tons. Still fast. Still got 500 million kilometer range. Can we get a 4th one on there? Not without. I mean, we could reduce the. We could put the other engine on there, the slower one, the smaller one. Oh, hang on, magazine 24. Is that just because it's one missile? Is yeah, so that's 6. Okay. Yeah, that'll be the reload, won't it? Okay. What if we did a 45 tons versus 38 tons for a size 5? So you can comfortably fit 4 on there with a size 5. We need to design a size 5 missile, don't we? What's the size 6? $45,000 kilometers a second. Let's create that. And then let's try and do a size 5. Yeah, you don't want to get the same speed, are you? Okay, what about a size 7? If you want to do 58. Yeah, okay, you can get slightly faster, but it's not really worth, because that's going to be an extra. You're not going to be able to fit as many on the fighter area. So I think, yeah, the size 6 box launch is probably the one to go for. And we could make this a bigger class of fighter to get more launches on there. Size 6 box launches. Sorry, one sec. Okay, back in a minute. Okay, we are back. Right. So we have this missile boat that has 6 box launcher missiles. They are size 6 missiles, so we should have room for like 8 of these on the carrier. Let's see, Gwent, if we go to Ordnance and Fighters, get rid of all this. And if we put on... Oh yeah, we got room for loads of these. 20. Which means we have 20 times 6 missile. 120? 120 missiles. We do need a magazine. We need a magazine on the carrier. But we don't need a magazine on every carrier. We just need a magazine on the carrier that's carrying the missile variant of the IO fighter. So, which is not going to be this one. So let's get rid of these. Or we don't necessarily need to have 20. We could have a smaller hangar bay, because we can fit 33 regular IO fighters on here. Or 32 with an extra 12.5 tons each on them. So these can have an extra 12.5 tons of fuel, potentially. Because they can't really have an extra... There's not really room for adding 12.5 extra tons of railgun. Is that the right fire control? Oh yeah, we did actually make the fire control the same size as the other one, didn't we? It could have... This goes up in 5, so they could have a slightly bigger engine. Could have a 96 engine rather than 88. Did we make the... This is the 2211 IO engine. The shield generator was... The smaller shield generator could make it pretty huge, isn't it? It's 50 tons, yeah. So we can't have a shield generator. Tiny jump drive. Yeah, there's really no point having a jump drive. Not much point having a laser, although we could make laser fighters, but we haven't put much tech into lasers, so there's not much mileage to do so. And we don't want to put sensors or anything on there. So I think really the only thing we could change here is the fire control. We could give the fire control an extra 12 tons, potentially. So if we have a direct fire control, with a speed of 15. Better, darker, always good. Indeed, sir. Indeed. How are we doing? Hope you're having a lovely morning. And then the range. So our old range was 60. So that was a 28 ton and 28 ton fire control. We could increase this, and the more we increase this, the higher our hit chances at the furthest range. Bearing in mind our railgun's longest range is 50. So if we've got 12 tons, we could make this 40 ton. $40-ton fire control. And we can probably drop this down to 14 kilometers a second tracking speed. Because adding a bit more weight is going to slow this thing down. Probably do 14,250. Which means you could go even further. $88,000 kilometers. We could try that. Single weapon fire control prototype. Let's try that. Slightly too big because it adds an extra couple of crews. So let's knock this down to 3. Needs just a fraction less. So if we knock the tracking speed down to 14, yeah, because we're almost at 14 there. 14.1. Prototype that. 14.1. Where's the fire controls at? Fire control 14.1. 313. Still just a fraction too big. Let's have a range 85, speed 14.1 should do. Range 85, 14.1. Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay. Could even do 150. Just trying to squeeze every last drop out of this thing. Let's try that. I need this to be less than 312. Well, 312 or less. So direct fire control. 50. Oh, it's beautiful. So we've got a 3 kilometers a second overlap there. So our railgun has a tracking speed of our ship, which is 14,153, but our fire control only has 14,150. But instead of like, I think that before was like 15,000. So we were wasting quite a big chunk of it. But now it's like, we're on point right there. We could even add a tiny bit more fuel. Can we add another fire fuel? We're in 12. Let's get rid of... No, we can keep that, I think. So now if we go back to the Gwent and we go into the fighters, remove those. Can we still fit? We can still fit 32 on, and we're at capacity. So that's fine, because every one of these Gwents can have 32 IO fighters, and then the missile version of the Gwent will be able to hold 20 missile fighters, each of those having 6 missiles each. So let's do that version of the Gwent then. So this one's going to have these ships. Is there anything else we want on this ship? I think we can spread some of these sensors out as well. So this version we should probably have a flagship carrier that has all the sensors and more armor. Oh my god, this is becoming more and more complicated by the second. Okay. So this, if we design this as the flagship, it should have a flag bridge. It probably doesn't need 32 fighters in the flag bridge. But we could have all of our utility stuff. So we could have our marine boarding fighters. We could have our sensor drones or scan drones. Oh, man, you know, we're not really doing scan drones. We're using the actual explorer ship for that. Although it is cheaper to throw a small ship with sensors on it at a planet to see if it's got hostiles on it, rather than lose your big science vessel to surface to orbit weapons. It also probably wants a bunch of jammers on it. Why have we not got a sensor jammer 2? Missile jammer 1's obsolete. Okay, so let's say that this ship, let's copy this. So the Gwent will be the flagship. This one then doesn't need a flag bridge. It doesn't need... Well, the rest of this it needs, but the flagship version doesn't need all of these fighters on it. I got Space Engineers working, by the way, Chucky. I did manage to get the update uninstalled. I just had to go through a few of them just to get rid of it. But we got there. So once I head off in about half an hour to walk Oscar, I'll call the stream a day because we've been streaming for 6 hours now. Take Oscar out, make some tea, and then we'll jump in some SE and do some engineering. We need a new name for... Well, this is the Gwent. Let's just rename this as Gwent Flag for now. This will be renamed. This is the Gwent strike carrier. And then we're going to have a Gwent missile. So the strike carrier is going to carry the strike craft. Missile carrier is going to carry the IO missile. So you have 20 IO missiles on there. So 20 IO missiles with 6 box launchers. So they have 120 missiles of size 6. So this one needs a missile magazine. It doesn't need all these sensors. Or the analysis module. Doesn't need the refueling because it needs to refuel its craft. A one-off stream? What do you mean? Strike carrier also doesn't need these. So the flagship's got the sensors and all that sort of stuff. So the flagship, actually, if we take the hangars off the flagship, this is no longer a carrier. This is going to be a flagship or something like that. But we can increase the armor to like a ridiculous number. Yeah. Oh, I might do. I might stream Space Engineers. Yeah. I'll probably end this stream, and then if I do decide to stream that, I'll set that up, and then we'll work on that. But I'm thinking no, I'll just take the afternoon off. We're not doing D&D today because it's Mother's Day. So Mike and Izzy are doing stuff there. Well, Izzy's doing stuff. I don't know what Mike's doing. But no, I think we'll just play. We'll have some fun. Not that this isn't fun. I do enjoy this. Damage control. Why have you still got the standard damage control? Oh, you've got that as well as the improved. Right, okay, let's take that one off. Because you've got the improved damage control, which is twice as good. 120. 20, 120. Why have you got 34? And you've only got 31. Not sure. Maybe because it's got a different... Maybe it's got a slightly different... because it's got a slightly different cross-section, maybe? TCR... Damage control rate multiplied to the speed at which the damage control is carried out. So we probably want more damage control on the flagship as well. More damage control and more more maintenance supplies. Oh, this is on the fucking missile, that's why. So this should have 4. Let's just remove all of them. Improve damage control. Add 4. Improve damage control. 2134. 12034. So this one here should have more damage controls on it. Let's do, yeah, 8 should be fine. Probably get more engineering spaces as well. Doesn't need 40 laser armor. We'll probably do 25. Keeps us about the same weight as everything. Same speed. This one though, this isn't a carrier anymore, is it? Because it doesn't actually carry anything. This is going to be a... Technically it's a sensor boat, but is there a flag? Fleet support vessel might work. The other thing we need to put on this is anti-missile guns. So this is going to be a survey command ship. Yeah, I can deal with that. So this is going to carry... We should probably get more shields on this as well. This has got all of the sensors for the fleet. It's got a shitload of armor. So this one would be... Suppose this would be a survey support or survey support cruiser. Same with this one. Okay, so we've got a survey command ship and 2 survey support cruisers, 1 missile, 1 strike carrier. Technically, we don't have to split them. Oh, no, we do, because this one is going to need... This one doesn't need... doesn't need fuel. But this one needs a magazine. So we need to design a magazine for it. And thankfully we have done quite a lot of magazine tech. So magazine size, I presume this has to be the same as... Which I don't know, that does make sense. Magazine size. Because we want size 6 missiles. I'm going to need to consult the documentation for a moment. Bear with me. Right, I can bring it over here and you can see as well. Magazines. Several changes to magazine design. not super helpful. Let's have a look at when. Well, it is helpful. It's just not what I was looking for. So this is either this is the size of the container that we are assigning to your ammunition, or this is the size ammunition you can have in this container. But if that was the case, why can't you say how big that container is? So this to me says, if this, I feel like you could put any missile in any container, but you could only put so like this one here, I could put any size missile in this potentially, as long as it can fit into. Well, no, because then how? If I have a size 1 missile and a size 50 missile, you're not going to be able to fit 12 of both of them, are you? Let's just go on the assumption that 6 here. So we can fit 88 size 6 missiles in this, potentially. So let's prototype that. Let's go off here and we go to magazine. So I feel, yeah, you could just add more magazines to get more ammo. $616. Okay, so if we've got 20 missile fighters on this carrier, cruiser, whatever. Each of those can have 6 missiles. So that's 120. But then we've also got a magazine of 1,232. So we can potentially reload 10 times. That's how that's reading to me. Does add a lot of weight to the ship, doesn't it? Okay, so what if we didn't have I should get rid of a couple of hangars. $16 missiles. Okay, so that's half. They can each potentially have like 9 extra tons on them though. Okay, so that's 16 and they can have 32. So those numbers work. I quite like those. And if we go to unobsolete stuff, IO missile, ordnance on this. Did we not create our missile? I don't think we did we? No, we didn't. We didn't create the missile. That's brilliant. Whoops. Or did I? Just haven't researched it yet. Yeah, the Scythe anti-ship missile. So, Ganymede, give me one of your people, please. Who's got fuck all to do? Soul, Yeah, you're doing laser, okay. Scythe, soul, go, and then you can go back to doing what you were doing before. So do box launcher, explosion chance, and then laser. And then you can do missile launcher. Okay, so when he's researched that, hopefully we can see that appearing here then. Somewhere. I'm assuming it comes up here. Yeah, this is the missile section. And then we can drag those into there. So let's pass time forward a little bit. Taking my guy a long time to do this missile. There it is, the Scythe anti-missile, anti-ship missile rather. So now if we go to our IO missile ship, beautiful. So you can each one of these can be fit with 6 anti-ship missiles. They go 45,000 kilometers a second. Oh, I didn't put any electronic countermeasures on. Although I suppose it doesn't matter. As of right now. But it might matter. It might matter when we come to use it. Okay. I think that's okay. So they've got 6 missiles each. There's 16 of those ships on carrier. So we have 96. So if we want to reload 10 times, we need 960 on our magazine. So where's our magazines? Here. So we need 11. That's a really awkward number. Let's just do 10. Okay. Okay. And then this ship needs to hold all of those. Okay, I'm reasonably happy with that. That's still going at the same, well, similar speed. Okay, so a ship going at this speed, it's got 100% chance to hit. We know that the raider ships are traveling at about 5,000, so they've got probably like an 80%, 90% chance to hit there. But we might not use as many missiles as we think. Although they can potentially shoot them down. But we'll figure that out when we do it. So we're gonna have more than one of these carriers anyway. So we're gonna have probably 2 missile carriers to 1 strike carrier. Or 2 and 2 to 1 Gwent flag. Excuse me, we also need the jump drive doing. So the jump drive, we've kind of had to wait to do it to right now. Because I think that's the last thing we want to add, isn't it? We do need troop transports. So we could actually have another variant of this. So rather than the strike carrier, let's copy this. This is rename This is the ground support. So this one doesn't need any fighters. Oh yeah, we also need to put the gauze cannons on, don't we? Okay, so this is gonna be get rid of all the hangar decks. Get rid of the refueling system. Oh, I don't want 5 of those. Oh no, I want the car. I want the cargo. Bring back the cargo. Get rid of these. Okay. I don't want 5 of those. That's crazy. Okay, so this does. Yeah, that does slow it down quite a bit, doesn't it? Do we need 25,000 tons? I don't think we do. Because that gives us 2. If we're going for ground support, sorry, ground survey, they are. No, there is a 25,000 ton ground survey, isn't there? Yeah. Formations, ground survey team. But then the organisation that's in, there's 5 of them, so they are 25,000 tons. Although we don't necessarily need to take all of them, we can just take our unit of them. And 8 units. And as a drop bay, do we want it as a drop bay? Do we want it as a drop bay? Because we're not going to be landing this on hostile ground. So yeah, we could probably just get away with a regular. We'll carry 2 with us. 2 ground survey teams. But this ship actually could have a secondary purpose because they've actually got an extra 5,000 tons of free space. So they could have these guys could have the gauze cannon stuff. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Artesia. Altezia. Tez. You're getting called Tez. How are you doing? Ship missile. Nope, not on missiles. We're on turrets. Gwent Gauze cannon that we designed earlier. Man, these things can get pretty big. We want probably a... It's going to fire every 5 seconds. Is this just more damage? Oh, there's more hits to kill. Bigger weapon size. Side tracking speed. So let's say we want to take down our all missiles. Our all missiles are 45,000. Let's make them twin gauze cannons rather than quads. Turret armor strength. Oh god, turret size. So these are 1,200 ton turrets. No armor, so we do definitely want armor on them. Let's have 8 layers of armor. 2211 Gwent. Prototype that. Let's put a couple on this guy and see how that looks. Am I being blind? Oh, I haven't turned prototypes on, that's why. Gauze cannon, there we go. Ship has beam weapons but no beam fire control. Okay. So these beam weapons have... Well, they have a tracking speed that they want of 45,000. So we need a design. 211 Gwent. And we want a beam fire controller, which is a direct fire control. Fire control range is fine. Let's see what that gives us. Okay, so tracking speed, we could probably knock the tracking speed down of the turret then. That might help reduce the size. So tracking speed, twin, 20, because that's the maximum we can do anyway. And I had it set to 45. Yeah, so 20 is much more reasonable. 8 layers of armor. I'll draw that down to 6. It'll take 6 kills to kill the turret anyway. Just do 2 layers of armor, keep it nice and tight. Let's do 2211 Gwent 20KTS. Okay, so instead of 3, we can fit 7 on this. Let's just reduce that to 6. So we've got 6 twin turrets. What's that? 6 times 6. Goes turret. Oh, it's probably 6 hull size. Okay. Oh, deployment time on these needs to go way up. What's the deployment time on the Cobalt? 36. Yeah, so all these need to be about the same. Okay, so we've got a flagship, which has got all the sensors. We've got a missile carrier, which has 16 IO missile fighter craft, which each have 6 size 6 box launcher missiles. The strike carrier has 32 twin railgun fighters. The twin railgun fighters have a tracking speed of 14,000 kilometers a second, a range of 50,000 kilometers, a rate of fire of 5 seconds. And then we've got the ground support team, which are carrying around our ground survey transports and probably some form of STO for if we actually do want to colonize a world. They're all moving around 3,500. 3,422 is the slowest there. The Cobalt only moves at 1250, so we do need to upgrade the Cobalt as well. I think we're almost there. It's going to take a while to build all this stuff. 2 years for the supports. 4 years for the command ship. To be fair, the command ship could just have survey sensors, and then that would erase the need for the cobalt. Yeah, let's do that. Let's add surveys. So this can now do everything that the cobalt can do. The only thing the cobalt's got over this is it's using a commercial engine, which gives it an 11.3 billion kilometer range. But we could just add more fuel to this, and that would have the same range, right? So if I do another very large, yeah. But also, we don't need 111 billion kilometers of range. We could always just, well, we could also bring a fuel supply with us. So let's get rid of that. 37, 37, 36, 36. So we could have turn this into a tanker. So rather than have 2 transport bays, we have 1 transport bay. But it's also a tanker. And it has many, many, many more fuel. Or, tell you what, let's not do tanker on this one. Let's get rid of that ultra. Change that back to a very large. Very large, very large, very large. And let's change this back to minimum fuel 0, which I think is the same as everybody else. And then if we do a copy of this with the gauze cannons on it, with the extra troop transport, where is that? Transport troops, transport bay large. If we copy this now, and this would be rename fleet supply. So this would be a tanker, a supply ship, and a coilier. So we don't have troop transport bays, but we do have ordnance transfer. We have our missiles. Our magazines, there we go. So 20 magazines on there. Nope, not missile fire control. We don't want 20 missile fire controls, we want 20 magazines. And we also want fuel and supplies. So maintenance supplies, we want I think every ship's going to use similar. 1280, 1280, 1280, but that's going to go up when we have the jump drive added on. So let's add 5 large. 10 large. And then we'll add nope. Okay, I think that will do. Let's do another very large on the fuel. So we've got 10 very large fuel supplies. Priorities, minimum fuel. Yeah, that's okay. You don't need senior commanding officers on these ships. We do on the flagship, probably. No, I don't think we do, actually. Because it's going to need to be quite an experienced captain anyway. Do we need... We don't necessarily need... Okay, right, so the fleet supply doesn't need auxiliary. It doesn't need a primary flight control. Main engineering can keep. Missile does need... Yeah, these ones do need primary flight control because they have attached fighter ships. It doesn't need... Does it need auxiliary? Actually, the fleet supply does have gauze cannons, so it probably does need an auxiliary. It just doesn't need the other one. I think auxiliary is the chance to hit, isn't it? Allows the assignment of an executive officership who supplies full crew training bonus. Crew training bonus? We do want crew training bonus. But we don't necessarily need it for the fleet supply ship. We do for the ground support. Do we need it for the ground support? We don't need flight control for the ground support. We probably don't need it for this either. We do want it for the flag. We do want it for the missile and the strike carrier. Okay, I think we are pretty much there with that. Right, I'm 23 minutes late for walking this dog. And he's not going to let me live it down. So I'm going to end the stream there. And then we are going to play some Space Engineers this afternoon with the Chucky. Not sure if I'm going to stream it yet or not, but we'll see. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.